We're starting to record our class now, so I want to begin saying welcome to this class. This is the third session or third lesson or third topic of our course, Entrepreneurship Education. And I want to welcome all of you to this wonderful course. I want to say I normally, many times I enjoy, most of the time I say I enjoy teaching. I love meeting new people, new students. And for those of you who have been here with me since the beginning of the semester, I want to say hongera sana. For those who are yet to register, we still have a small window. Tell your friends, time has started, the train has taken off, and we should not wait, because each one of us has something to achieve as we continue in life. So I want to welcome you to this third lesson, third topic in this wonderful course, Entrepreneurship Education. As we go along, as you can see from my slide here, you can see that the topic is entrepreneurship, yes, as a course. But today, as we go on, the topic is then to be covered in one session. Each topic for each session is one complete session, really. The course notes, which you'll access, examples and exercises given, and also course manuals at some stage. You'll also access this and the recommended texts. I want to encourage you to be able to read any materials that we refer you to, and outside also. I encourage my students to read widely, because you are not narrow. At a university level, degree student, you are expected to go beyond just what the teacher gives you or the lecturer gives you. That's why at the end of your graduation, you will have what they call, you'll be given the powers to read. And you can only be given the powers to read when you have been reading. So I encourage you, even in this situation where you are at home, you can access a lot of materials on the internet. Now the internet is open school, really, that's what we say, that you can access any materials from across the globe. And this is the beauty about now what we call the World Wide Web. So I want to encourage you as undergraduates, and some of you, I'm sure, if not most of you, one day you will be graduates, you move on to the next level, to read, to begin reading. When we talk of entrepreneurship, read more, read ahead of Malimo, because you have the course outline. And any other courses that you are taking at the university, we expect you to spend time to readings, put some quality time into reading outside what goes on in class. So as we go along today, we'll be moving in a number of things. We'll be looking at a number of things. And the first one I want to share with you here is a picture. The nature of entrepreneurship is the topic today. And when you look at that picture there, what do we see? Can I hear some of you? What do we see in that picture? The picture, nature of entrepreneurship picture for today. I have several of them that are going to encourage us to begin thinking about the nature of entrepreneurship. And what is it exactly before we come to the objectives of the course? What do we see here? You can type if you may not be able to communicate directly. You can type your answer. What do you see there? Let's hear some of you. Let's read from you. Hello. What do we see? You see people, yes, Ongoba, you see people. What are they doing, really? Yeah, those are people. What are they doing exactly? Yes. What are they doing? Fishing activity. Then right. Bigingi, go good. They're fishing. Are they really fishing, or what are they doing? They have landed the fish, isn't it? Yeah, they have landed the fish. Don't you think so? Fishermen, I guess. There are also ladies at the far end there. What are they doing? What are they doing? You guess, what are they doing? You're guessing it right. You can see here, Yan is typing. The others, Anyango will watch. It's not on yet. Yeah. What are they doing? Yeah. Some people with boats, yes. Some offloading, excellent. Degu, yes. This is interesting. They are offloading. And can you see some of them are actually at the far end? What do you see? Far right, the top corner. What do we see these people doing? What are they doing? What else do you see there? Floating. This is, what kind of fish is this? You see? This may be fish that's dried, yeah? Can see? Far end there. Can we see some bicycle there? See some transportation, probably later bringing it to the landing shore, or this is more or less like the arm of a lake. You see, and the boats are there. This is loading of fish, and there's maybe loading also to transport. Yeah, interesting picture. Think about this picture. We'll be asking you more questions later on. But as you can see, there's some transportation there. There's some boats there. What are they for? See these people? What are they doing? You know, these are some of the things you can say what they're doing. This is really what happens in the fishing landing beaches and so on, where there's a lot of activity going on. Could these be entrepreneurial activities, you think? Yes? Could these be entrepreneurial activities? Lamayan, you think so? Let's hear someone else saying something. And we hear someone say something. Could you see entrepreneurial activities going on here? Yeah? Can you identify them? Yes, Kavesu, yes. Can they be identified? Sitiongo Alex, karibu sana. Yeah? So I would want you to study this more because you have it also in today's picture of the day. I want to move on to the next one, next slide very quickly. And this brings us to another interesting one. That's again nature of entrepreneurship, another different aspect of entrepreneurship. What do we see here? Let's hear somebody. What do we see here? What's that gentleman doing? Amanias, what is he doing? Here, some of you see, yeah, right? Yeah, a shopkeeper, very good. I see that, Mercy. This is very good. You see the fellow there. What is he doing? He's a shopkeeper. What is he really doing? Yeah, the shopkeeper, yes. He's standing behind the counter. Yeah. What is he doing? He's taking stock, correct. We can see the books there. The gentleman is busy writing things. He's taking stock, probably looking at what he has received. You can see bottles of, you can see items there. Yeah, making accounts, shopkeeper computing his earnings. Yeah, could be the end of the day. That is very interesting. Is that also entrepreneurship? That's a question I want to ask you. Is that an aspect of entrepreneurship? Or is just a shopkeeper? Yeah, yes, it's entrepreneurship. I see that. What about the way, the neatness of the shop? You see the arrangement. Very different, isn't it? Yeah, very interesting. You can go there and you pick what you want or buy whatever. Blue band at the corner up there and many other things. Right, let's go to another picture. Also, nature of entrepreneurship. I want to take you away from the urban area to the rural community. What do we see here? Gentlemen, can you see something happening there? What do we see here in this picture also? It's nature of entrepreneurship. Yeah. Wow. Interesting. What do we see in that picture? It's also nature. A tractor in a farm. Wow. Right. What is the fellow doing? Is it moving? Well, it could be moving. It's a farm. Yes. Is it also entrepreneurship? Farming, is it also entrepreneurship? Yes. It's farming is clearing the harvesting probably. Yes. You tractor on the farm. Right. So we see that happening. And then I want to move on to another one. Thank you, guys. I can see most of you are responding by typing. Yes, let's move to another one. I think it's the last picture or something like that. Yeah, nature of entrepreneurship. Now, this one we spend time to look at it. What do we see here? Another one. What do we see? A car assembly. Excellent, Katugu. Now, what do we see beyond car assembly? What do we see there? What's interesting there? Automotive industry. Yes. What do we see there? Do we see people really? What do we see happening? Yeah. Yeah. Business ongoing. Yes, it's business, but this is automotive industry. It's a car assembly, as some of you have said. But what is going on there, you think? You see people. Where are they? Yeah. Robots. Right. That is where we are now. That's where technology is going when we talk of technology. Robots, yeah. Somebody says machi. Robots. We see now use of machinery that is robots used for assembly. Thank you, Thiongo. You see that happening. Is that also entrepreneurship? That's a question I want to continue asking you, asking ourselves. Is it also entrepreneurship? Yes. So we can see the nature of entrepreneurship cuts from the fishing, gets into the retailing, gets into the car assembly, gets into farming. So when we talk of nature of entrepreneurship, we are saying entrepreneurship cuts across all sectors of the economy. And it can be from small scale to large scale, as we'll be discussing in this session here. So I want to move on, ladies and gentlemen. We move on to the next slide here, which talks about what are we going to be learning today. Having seen the pictures of what entrepreneurs are, entrepreneurship is, we can see now we want to look at the lesson, the topics, objectives for today. The quote I have here is this from Richard Branson. All of us know Branson. We have read about him, and I encourage you to read about Richard Branson. Just Google Richard Branson. This is what he said. My biggest motivation, the question he asked, just to keep challenging myself. I see life almost like one long university education that I never had. Look at that. I see life as one long university education that I never had. Every day I'm learning something new. This is what we need to encourage ourselves. Entrepreneurs are not static. They're learning, they're challenging themselves. Richard Branson, one of the richest entrepreneurs and one of the maverick we call entrepreneurs from UK. And you see, he owns big companies, many companies. And this is what he confesses, saying, just to keep challenging myself. So entrepreneurs keep challenging themselves. Whether fishermen, as we saw, or there are people retailing, like the gentleman there, he may want to grow his shop, or the farmer with his tractor there, he wants to create things, or the car assembly. All these, as we see, are challenging themselves. The owners behind. We defined entrepreneurs last time as what? There are people who are what? Who are change agents. They will go, natural resources, bring them together, bring resources, human resources, financial, and start an enterprise and run it for success and continue challenging themselves to grow. That is the nature of entrepreneurship, as we say, in a bigger sense. And as we go on here, our objectives for today, at the end of this session, we'll analyze the role of and functions of entrepreneurship to the business, enterprises, and economy. What is the role and functions of entrepreneurship? We read about it, we know what it is, but what is really the role of entrepreneurship? And what are the functions of entrepreneurship and entrepreneurs? Then we distinguish the different types of entrepreneurship. Yes, we have different types of entrepreneurship. As we saw from the small-scale fishermen there, and now we've seen the retailer, we went on to the factory and so on, and we also saw the farming. We'll see the different types of entrepreneurship. And then finally, we'll be able to evaluate forms of entrepreneurship. What are the forms of entrepreneurship? Legal forms that will remain. What are the legal forms of entrepreneurship as we continue? So, ladies and gentlemen, as we sit back and relax and also discuss, I want you to be active as we go along. I'll be asking questions, and if you can answer them on the mic, fine. And if you can type your answer, very good, as we go along. Otherwise, I want to welcome you as we look at this. Now, as a way of introduction, I want to ask that. I want to just pick on a few things. One, entrepreneurship and entrepreneurs. We need to distinguish this. From the last session, we talked about entrepreneurship as the process. Is an ongoing process, or what entrepreneurs do, if you may summarize that way, is a process what entrepreneurs do. And then entrepreneurs are actually the people behind the innovations, people behind the big companies, the small companies, including the mama burgers out there. I'm sure at the end of the day today, you go and buy burgers and you'll be eating, enjoying your lunch or supper, and there are burgers on the table, you'll be eating or food. There are entrepreneurs who are running, selling those products, including the gentleman we saw in his retail shop. So that's entrepreneurs, individuals. Entrepreneurship is a process of really carrying out entrepreneurial activities. And so we'll be looking at the major role they play in the economy, in the business sector, in the economy, in the community, and in society. This lesson discusses these functions and roles. We look at the functions and roles. Furthermore, simply viewing oneself as an entrepreneur is not enough. They are not one size. As we saw, entrepreneurs are not one size. They come in different sizes, from the small scale, the micro, to the largest industries, like the car assembly we had. There are different types of entrepreneurs based on several factors. Factors also determine the graduate. Some of those fishermen you saw could be graduates, by the way. Could be graduates. They have degrees, diplomas. The shopkeeper, the gentleman there, could be a graduate. What he has done is he has found a niche of what to do and how to occupy himself. As you saw last time, one of the definitions of entrepreneurship is really a way of life. You may want to put it that way. It's a way of life. Hassan Odiambo. Yes, you have a comment? Hassan has switched off, yeah? I think Angela Otieno. Angela, are we together? Yes? Right, so there are different types of entrepreneurs. Somebody's trying to communicate, yes? Right. There are different types of entrepreneurs based on several factors. We'll explore them as we go on in this lesson today. And then as we think of entrepreneurs, just a second, next slide. Back here, next slide, back here. Next slide. Just a second. Ladies and gentlemen. Having some issue here. I'm not moving the next slide. But next slide is going to talk about now the forms and types of entrepreneurs. Okay, next slide. Just a second as we consider. I want us to begin thinking about you are disconnected, message can't send. Let's see a second. This mitambo kidogo hapa, kuna shida mitambo kidogo. Let's see. Okay, let's see what we're doing here a little bit there. Okay, just a second. Right. Yes. Yeah, we can be on now. Sorry for that. So general roles of entrepreneurs. So we're starting with what are the roles of entrepreneurs? We know who they are. And the roles, as we can see here, start with initiation of enterprises. They are founders of businesses. Yes, Onyoni Mose, you want to say something? Onyoni? Onyoni? Hello? Are we together? Onyoni? Okay, I think we can continue. How are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? I want to ask that because there seems to be a problem here. How are we doing? Can you get me?
Yes, we are getting you.
You get me?
Yes.
Right, then we can continue. You can get me. We continue. What I was saying here is the role and function of entrepreneurship and entrepreneurs. General roles of entrepreneurs. One of the roles we see here is they initiate, they are founders of an enterprise, and they're also change agents. That is very clear from the beginning. When you look at a person building a small boat, like we saw in the first picture, the fellow who put up that boat, he knew people would hire it or he would use it for his business. We saw the farmer, the tractor. He went and bought a tractor for farming. We saw the young man there in the shop, the shopkeeper. They initiated the enterprises. And the car assembly, as we saw there, somebody must have sat down and said, people require cars, and he put together car assembly. These are big companies, as we will be seeing, that entrepreneurs come in different sizes. So they initiate, they are founders of an enterprise, or they bring change in the community. Somebody who starts a small shop in the village, or brings transport, a tuk-tukis, the borders, which are very common now in this country and across the globe, really, especially in developing countries. Somebody initiated and brought change. There are also risk takers. This is the function the entrepreneurship plays, risk taking. Somebody has to take the risk. They are responsible in putting together resources, borrowing from the banks or financial institutions, and putting together this money to start an enterprise and provide services. They are also innovators. They actually bring different products and services. They bring change. They bring diversification, as we see. Rather than having the same product, they bring new ones. When I tell you about, when we talk about transport in this country, especially in rural areas, we used to have people walking on foot the long distance. I remember when I was in school, those many years, primary school, secondary, used to walk many miles. Now, the bicycle guys came in. Bicycles were border borders, and then the motorcycles were there, and then many others. You see those innovations as you went along. And there are people who innovate the products, moving from a bicycle to bring in a piki or a motorcycle. It's innovation. We can also talk of the same thing in terms of products in the marketplace and even rural areas. So they're innovators. They are also decision makers. Somebody has to make decisions. It's good to think and dream of a product or a service you want to provide, but unless somebody makes a decision to move forward, match your resources and start, and even open new ways of distribution or bring new products in the market. These are things that happen when we talk about innovation and also decision making. Maybe I can pause for a minute there and ask the question: which innovators are the most recent ones in your community? Can you identify an innovator either in this country or within the community that we can say somebody who brought up, changed the product, brought in a new product, created? We also talked about creation of new products. And you give an example of an innovation in the most recent past, right now. It's happening. Yes? I hear somebody. Yes?
This is Mike Jr.
Is that Mike Jr.?
Yes.
Yes, Mike Jr.
So
yes?
In the recent past. Hello.
Yes, I'm hearing you. We are hearing you.
In the recent
past, yes.
So far, there is a change in how marketing is done.
Yes.
For instance, there is a network marketing which is done on the digital platforms.
Yes.
Where a customer can order and communicate with the owners of business on online platforms. Then goods are delivered at their places or at their points of residence, without them actually going to the points to the market physically.
Excellent. That's what we call online marketing now. It has become more real. Thank you very much. Is that who is that? Is that Mike or who is that? That was who? Please identify yourself.
That Mike.
Hello.
Mike Jr.
Thank you, Mike. Really, it's very interesting when we talk about innovation. Yeah, that there is innovation, and that is a very good one. Let's move on. There are many others innovations that I'm sure some of you can type. I would expect to read some of the innovations here. You can type some of them. Now, the roles of entrepreneurship. As we look at the roles of entrepreneurship, I have a slide here which shows some interesting pictures here. Well, it may be foreign a little bit because we are using dollars there and you're seeing the faces that are different, but nevertheless, it does still pass the message. What do we see in this picture? Can I read or hear some of you say something? What is this picture showing? In this picture, what is that picture that we can identify? That picture. Yes, thank you, Alex. Alex, we read about this in past and PESA innovated. Yep, many others. What do we see in this picture that we see here right away? Yeah, currency indicating wealth. Yes, wealth creation. Yeah, Mercy, thank you. What do we see here? We hear some people say something. Anybody want to say something about what you see here in a summary? Yeah. Right. What do we see here? Job creation, innovation. Yes. My picture is missing, going on and off. Don't worry about it. It's back now. Yeah. Diongo Alex, do you want to say something?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you summarize what we see in this picture here?
From the picture, I can say that it's like a cycle of what is brought about by entrepreneurship.
Yes.
So in the cycle, you can say that entrepreneurship creates jobs.
Yes.
Like after creating jobs, it then goes to improve people's standards of living.
Yes.
As it grows, it brings about exports.
Yes.
And then at its maximum, the entrepreneurs are involved with community development projects.
Yes.
And the overall picture is about creating wealth and sharing the wealth.
Excellent. Yes, creating wealth. There is also the GDP, and I don't know if you mentioned that the GDP, gross domestic product, per capita wealth, of course, wealth creation is measured in that. So that's excellent. We see that. Entrepreneurship is at the center. Can we see that? It's a bulb at the center. It's a picture showing what are the roles of entrepreneurship in the economy. And this is something that is all over. Entrepreneurs in Kenya are playing exactly these roles. Entrepreneurs in China, a country that was closed in, we have the problem of COVID now and so on. Also, we're doing the same. For information, China has been exporting about 70% of exports globally for products come from China. They are manufactured there and they go across the globe. The vehicles, the computers we have here, the phones, handsets you are using at the moment, many of them, if not most of them, are manufactured in China and they're exported. So anyway, we're saying entrepreneurship touches all these. These are key areas that you need to remember. There's also the balanced regional development, which is there, impact on entrepreneurship as the community, yes, generally roles of. So you see, when you talk about balanced regional development, I want you to pause for a minute and ask yourself about this, what's happening in the counties today. Just look at the counties today. What is happening? There's a lot of activities going on in terms of entrepreneurial activities. You look at the huge buildings. When you go from one county to another, some counties are doing better than others. Huge buildings coming up, infrastructure, business activity, industries are there. A lot of activities. And this is because of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs in those counties are busy making sure that they bring change. So we talk of balanced rural development. Also the movement we used to see in the 60s and 70s, after independence, after people finish Form 4, they flock to towns, they flock to Nairobi. Or if they graduated, they flocked to Nairobi to look for jobs, or went to Kisumu or Mombasa, to big towns. Today, it's less of that because there is development in almost the rural areas. The towns in the counties and so on, actually places where people now are engaged in various entrepreneurial activities as we go along. I think we can still go along here. We go along the next slide here. Thank you very much for comments you're making. Roles of entrepreneurship here, if we may zero in a little bit to discuss what we've just seen in that picture, we talk of wealth creation and sharing. By establishing the business entity, entrepreneurs invest their own resources and attract capital in form of equity, debt, they borrow, they build factories and so on. They practice from investors and lenders and the public. That comes on, as you can see that. They also create jobs, as we saw there. Entrepreneurs by nature and definition are job creators. This is something that is very common and we need to understand this. An entrepreneur, even a mama mboga there. The mama mboga there, as you see, might be alone, but she has other people who assist her, those who bring the vegetables. And when it grows into a stall, she hires somebody to help them. We see this happening, beginning from the smallest level to the large companies like we saw in the last pictures when we saw the car assembly there. Although now robots have taken over, but you see, the employment is there. There are still human beings there working, of course, the human resource key there, and so on. So create jobs and so on. Balanced regional development, we talked about that, setting up business and industrial units outside the center, the urban areas, and you see this happening so that it stems what we call rural-urban migration. It's much more now. The development is almost across the country, and so this is part of what we see as contribution or role of entrepreneurship. We also saw that standard of living. Of course, you saw housing there. The fellows living in a nice house, maybe iron sheet and bricks or whatever, or blocks. You could see that picture. That is a standard of living. It shows the difference from the rural huts where people used to live in rural huts. You see people now living in better housing and things like that, which shows the standard of living is up. In fact, when you pass through this country, you see that more people now are building decent houses. What does that mean? In rural areas, it means the standard of living is high. And you see people, even when you look at quality of life, except now what's happening across the country, but generally you'll find that entrepreneurs play a key role in this. The GDP is a very interesting example here that you need to remember also and think about. GDP is what they call gross domestic product. It looks at the production in a country, and that's how we measure the development of many countries across the globe. That the GDP, if it is high, you are considered as a developed country because the standard of living of the people and the welfare of the people is much better than if you look at the countries that have GDP that's very low. Now, based on the statistics that we have, According to 2019 Kenya National Bureau of Statistics Economic Survey, they found out that economy had expanded by 6.3% in 2018 as compared to the year before. Now, what does that mean? And then it meant jobs also. Jobs during the same time, they created 840,000 jobs. 840,000 jobs were created during that period. And what? Out of those jobs, the SMEs, the small and micro enterprises or small and medium enterprises, mostly in the informal sector, accounted for 83% of the total employment created. Wow. You can see that statistic is interesting. Out of over 840,000 jobs, over 80% of the jobs were created in that sector. So you can see that when you measure the GDP, when of course you create jobs, it means money will be available for the people, the employees, to spend for in their families and their homes. And we see it's happening. Yes, Onyoni, you want to make a comment? I see you've been on. Onyoni Mose, how are you? Are we hearing you?
I'm fine, sir.
Yes. You want to make a comment on this number 5 or number 4? Can you make a comment or examples? Hello. Hello. I've lost him again. He has muted his phone. Okay. We go on then. So we look at this. GDP in terms of the standard of living is better. I want to give you an example, ladies and gentlemen. When we talk of people going to Europe or going to America, you know, there has been outflow of people, except now for COVID, just curtail the movement. Many people want to go for green cards. They want to apply to go to America. You know, they talk of America as a land of plenty, a land of opportunities. They want to fly to Europe, you go to Europe. As you see, a very unfortunate case of many people crossing the Mediterranean. Hello. Hello. Somebody mute the mic, please. Unless you want to say something. If you want to say something, you can turn it on. Then we'll ask you to respond, maybe to comment, and so on. Now, I was saying, when you look at the migrants, the illegal migrants moving across from North Africa, through North Africa to the Europe, there are many boats that sink. Unfortunately, many people are dying across, trying to cross over to Europe. Why are they going to Europe? Walking and spending so much of their resources from countries in some of the countries in Africa and trying to cross dangerously, going through dangerous Odyssey or journey to cross into Europe because they think the standard of living in those countries is better. Employment is high there and they earn money, euros, good money. That is the myth they have. And many of them lose their lives, unfortunately. So why? Is when you talk of the per capita in those countries, the life is better in terms of jobs are available and the services are available, goods are available. That's why many people want to flow those countries. But I want to tell you, even here in Kenya, and I want to encourage all of us, ladies and gentlemen, we can create wealth for ourselves and make life better, quality of life better than even those countries. So when you talk of GDP, and you talk of per capita, you look at the standard of living. Can people enjoy better housing? Can they better meals? Can they better, services, health, and so on? This is what we mean by the standard of living. And as we move on, entrepreneurs play a key role here because they provide the services, the goods, the jobs, and so on and so forth. Now, when we go to the next slide here, we are looking at community development. Here, as mentioned by some of you earlier, community development here is very interesting because when people have, they build the infrastructure, they put resources into communities. A good example is Jandaria. You can see Jandaria in a number of activities, social activities, like in some of the hospitals around, including the Moi Teaching Referral Hospital. We have Jandaria wing there, Jandaria block. When you get to Kenyatta University, Jandaria School, there business. When you go to other places, we get this wealthy, we get the entrepreneurs contributing towards community development, including the local area. The entrepreneurs there, what they're sold, the name of entrepreneurs really, if they succeed, they should be able to make change in the community, contribute towards community development. Even setting up some funds, scholarship funds, or contributing towards buildings that will help people and so on the community. So they play a key role in this area. Exports is another one. When entrepreneurs are doing well, they export products to countries out there. Like when we look at the exports Kenya makes to the neighboring countries, we export our products. You see the other day about Tanzania, if you are really reading, which I encourage you to do, what's happening currently. This COVID has brought friction between Kenya and Tanzania in a way. At the border, you see Tanzania saying we don't want Kenyan goods to come over. Kenyans are saying we have to get people from Tanzania, drivers to be tested. Same thing with the Kenyan and Tanzania. These are happening, but you can see what I'm looking at the movement of goods between the countries. This shows there's a lot of exports that we do internally into Uganda, those coming from Uganda, and so on. So these exports are done because of courtesy of the entrepreneurs who have set up factories, they're manufacturing products, and they're exporting them. Even those growing flowers, when you see a lot of these flower farms in this country, where do they export the flowers to? Europe. Basically, and many others. So exports are coming from entrepreneurial activities, and that's one of the roles they play in the economy as we go along. Ladies and gentlemen, before we do that, I want to get back maybe to pause there for a minute. What other contribution in the economy do you see entrepreneurs doing? What other economic contribution do you see? I want to hear from you. Okay. Brian Monk had typed earlier, talked about the impact of the entrepreneur has the community. But let's see further. What else can you contribute in terms of look at entrepreneurship in the economy? What else do they do besides what we have seen here? We've summarized this to 7 key points. But are there others, maybe in your own thinking, in your own reading? Are there others? Job creation, we've said, the community development, export, we have said that, you do the exports. We talked about GDP per capita, standard of living, we talked about that. We talked about the balanced regional development. Is there any other? Maybe you can type here. Can you think of any other? Any other role? Economic role. We look at economic role. Entrepreneurship. Can you think of any other economic role of entrepreneurship in the economy? Yeah? Waiting to hear from you. Yes, I see Kavisu. Thank you. Promotes countries' export trade. Yes, we talked about export trade. And what does export trade does? What it does is the balance of payments. At some stage, you read about this. It also, I can see, thank you, Nduku. Dennis, reducing monopoly of some economic sectors. Yes, when you get more entrepreneurs getting in, the monopoly is dangerous because the monopolies will charge you any price. But when you have entrepreneurs in the economy, the more there are, the competition comes in. It means monopoly and the overcharging or producing goods that are maybe substandard does not occur or is minimized. Let's put it that way. Yes, Christine Wanjiru. Yes, Christine. Christine. Anybody else? Anybody wants to say something as others type? I see the monopoly. Yes. I asked the question, can you think of any other economic role of entrepreneurship in the economy? Role produced by economists. To the economy. Economy means really look at the country in terms of the goods, the services, their distribution, and so on. Right? I want to hear from some of you. Before we go on, I pose the question. And as we type, yes, I can type your answer. Reducing monopoly of some economic sectors. Nduku said that, and I agree. Promotes countries' export trade. Yes, that's good because entrepreneurship plays that role. Provide the government with revenue, form taxes. Excellent. Good, Joram. Yes, when you look at the role it plays in the economy, today when you look at our bill, we are really supporting a big bloated government, and we want to continue to do the same thing, which is unfortunate, instead of development. So we talk about the taxes. When entrepreneurs do well, whether the taxation helps in terms of government revenue. for providing the services. Empowerment of women through enterprise. Excellent, Thiongo. Yes, the role in the economy is really the women are not left behind. They are actually empowered. Even the youth, don't forget about yourselves. You know, you don't have to wait to be an industrialist or employed by the big companies, but you can run your own business, isn't it? Yeah. And say growth of infrastructure such as roads. Yes. When the roads are there, what happens? The infrastructure comes in. When an industry is set up, power will come there. You will support a community around. Roads will be there. Of course, water, piped water. So yes, it does that in the economy. And that spurs other development to take place. Sarah, can we say growth infrastructure such as roads? Yes, Sarah, you're right. Because infrastructure will be brought by entrepreneurs. And the infrastructure develops the economy. When you talk about measuring the development of the economy, we talk about infrastructure. You know, the roads or the paved ways out of countries very quickly can go across the country. Onyoni, you want to say something? You want to say something, Mose? Yes, Mose, we are waiting for you. I see Hashan also wanted to say something. If the floor is open, please, you can come in and say something. Right. I can see here, Angela studied increased source of income to many individuals. We increase the country's source of revenue. Yes. Taxation, effective utilization of resources. Yes. Otherwise, it would have gone to waste. And I can see financial lenders as those in the Lions Den. Good, Joram. Yes, good. You listen about you view the Lions Den. Very good. It's past thinking in terms of what you can do. It's very good, and so on. So we say there are many roles that entrepreneurship plays in the economy. And this is something that we should be thinking about widely and thinking also in terms of what can you do? As I mentioned at the beginning of the course, I said entrepreneurship is that way of doing things differently and making change. And entrepreneurs are behind entrepreneurship. And among you, there are entrepreneurs. So as we look at some of the things that go on, like the Lions Den and others, you see what's happening there. It creates opportunities. Lenders are there, banks have the money, there are the money available, the angels are there, people call angels who have money to invest. They want to spend money. And in the economy, when they spend the money, the economy grows because employment will be created and goods will be supplied and service will be supplied and things to move on forward. I see here, Joram Financial, yes, Michael, can you increase economic stability? Yes. Onyoni, yes. You want to say something? Onyoni has had a problem with coming through in his mic. Yes, Onyoni? Some challenge? Onyoni, yes, Mose? Hear you? Okay. Right. So, someone mentioned about increase in economic stability. Excellent also. Because if people are engaged in entrepreneurial activities, it means people are busy and they're producing goods and services and they're earning some income that helps them feed their families. And this becomes stable. But if people, you get a lot of idlers around, people who have finished school and college, have skills and they have nothing. Of course, that's a cause of worry for any country. That's why we tell our government that we better think about having proper policies that will encourage our graduates at every level to get engaged in terms of generation of employment for themselves or for others. So you engage people and you get stability here. Yes. Chemngeno Vivian. Hello. Hello. Onyoni. Yes, Mose, you are still back. Yes, Onyoni, are you there? Onyoni, are you there? I think he has a challenge somewhere. All right. So, yes, read some of the community development as a result of improved infrastructure, increased markets for raw materials to be used in the entrepreneurship. Yes. So you find that when you talk about role of entrepreneurship in the economy, really, you are not short of answers. You can see across. If you look at a critical mind thinking in terms of what do entrepreneurs play? What is the role of entrepreneurship? Yes, there's increased wealth, which means the disposable income is there. Living standards are going to change, of course. Stimulates economic activity. Yes, Zainab Mohammed, that's good. Improves creativity and motivation to produce. Yes, if all of us know that it will be interesting, how does the government promote entrepreneurship? That's a question that Mercy is asking. And I want to say, Mercy, that's a question that I want to pose to the rest of us, but we'll answer it at some stage. And this is what I want to give you as a tip to that. When you look at what are the policies, government policies today, when they do the infrastructure, when they bring rural electrification, when power reaches the villages, when roads come in, when water is there, what is that? Isn't that a way of promoting entrepreneurship? Encouraging people to use the power, to run posho mills, to grind maize, and people can enjoy their posho around rather than buying from the packaged ones, which is not okay, it's not bad, but they can grind their own food. Posho mills are around, transport, the roads are done. So the government does a lot of things in terms of promoting entrepreneurship. It does the policy, first of all, the policy in terms of how do we encourage the young people, how do we encourage the women, how do we encourage the graduates to get employed. So the government, or self-employed. So the government plays a key role. We'll see this in, I think, the 8th or 9th session when we come to talk about the role of the government. But for now, I want you to think about really stability, first of all. When you look at stability, generally, without stability, without the police around the country, without of course, they have negative and positive sides of that. Without security in places, people may not run their businesses. And that's indirect way of government supporting entrepreneurship. But the major ones are financing. If you look at the financing that's there through the various schemes, like the Women Enterprise Fund, like the Youth Fund, that's what the government is doing, really, and enabling entrepreneurs to be able to access funds. And also the licensing to regulate so that people don't just begin running businesses left and right. They also play a key role in terms of ensuring that goods and services provided don't harm the entrepreneur, don't harm the consumers or citizens of the country. So there are many things that the government plays, but we'll be coming to this when we come to the lessons in terms of what is the role of government in entrepreneurship. We have a topic like that coming later. So I just want to ask you to hold your horses, but as you open your eyes, you see that the government is playing a key role generally and even specifically. I see Mike Jr. says gives government tax relief, says parameters good enough to provide entrepreneurship education. Yes, in training. Today, the government is also promoting through every institution now, beginning from primary school. Kids are learning about how to, a little bit aspects of entrepreneurship, creativity, innovation. There's a lot of that going through the colleges, the middle level colleges, quite a number of those. I see I've responded to a number of people. Government also provide loans at lower rates. Controversial though, but that's what's happening. Financial, improving infrastructure. Those are some of the answers that we can say the government plays. They're quite a lot. It's like saying, when we look at the government as Baba and Mama, if you allow me to use those words, what does the government do to ensure that things run normally, including entrepreneurs? You know, setting turnover tax rate, all these taxation reliefs and so on. Government supports this in many ways and so on. Right, let's move on, if you allow me, ladies and gentlemen. We move on to the next slide. We are going to look at, we talked at roles, we've done that. Functions. You know, when you look at roles and look at functions, they are closely related, but you realize that there's a slight difference. What are the functions? What does it do in a different way? What are the functions of entrepreneurs? We talked earlier about risk-taking, which I mentioned, innovation. We had also mentioned about innovating, modifying, and so on, decision-making. I think we had to touch this earlier. We move on to the next one because we had talked about that. Types, I want to move on now to look at, unless there are any comments, I will pause before I come to this one, talk about types of entrepreneurs. I still want to revisit this question of functions of entrepreneurs. We've quite touched a number of these, that entrepreneurs play a key role in the economy. They play a key role in the country and the community. And they are encouraged to really contribute to the economy by providing goods and services to the community. The borders, for example. If we may take an example of the borders. Do the borders play a key role in this country? Do they? If you pause, we pause for a minute there. Imagine that there were no borders today. All those young men, the pickpickies are not there. What would happen if you just imagine that? Just take that as an example. Imagine there are no borders. They play a key role. Transportation, some of you this morning, although now the movement is curtailed in many places, but look at what they do, even with this curtailed movement. Within the counties, within the towns, in the rural areas, they play a key role. And what is the role they play? The key role is they move people from one place to another, goods. And with technology, also someone talked about the online shopping. You call a shop and say, I need this particular packet of unga or whatever. I need this also and that. And I send money by M-Pesa. And when I pay, they package it. And the border is ready by there. He will send it, bring it to you, to your house, deliver it to where we are. So in this case, you find that we see the question Joram Jenga is asked there about the functions and roles of entrepreneur. Yes, when you read it between the lines, there's a very thin line that divides the two. The function is what you do. The roles is the bigger in the economy. You look at it that. And but they are all related, I would say. When you look at the difference, it's very, very thin. Because sometimes you ask, what are the functions? What do entrepreneurs do? And another one asks you, what are the roles? I'm now looking at the question by Joram. When you look at another one which says, what are the roles? What's a role? What's a function? They're actually one side or the other. But there's still difference there. You look at the functions or roles related to either the economy, or you can relate it to the community, and you can go deep down there. Now, someone talked about, when we ask the question, provide transportation. Yes, borders, when they are there, they provide a key role. And if the matatus, take for example the matatus also, if they were not there, what happens? Stagnation. People can't move. Goods cannot move. You find that there will be shortages very quickly. That will happen. So they play a key role in the economy. The role in the economy is they provide transportation. But the function is what? What's the function of this? What is it that they do? They provide transportation. That's their function. And the role is to provide goods. So as I said, it's really a thin line between the two. As we go along, we'll understand more on the differences of these two terms. But let them not confuse you at the moment. What we're saying is they're actually related in a way. When you discuss about the function of entrepreneurs, you look at what do they do? And when you play roles, you also, what do they contribute to the economy? So ladies and gentlemen, as we talk about the functions, we are moving forwards, and as we move forward, let's look at the next slide here, coming to types now. I want to move to another topic within this session. We talked about the types of entrepreneurship. Types of entrepreneurship. Types of entrepreneurs. We have, don't confuse between types and forms, legal forms. So we look at types of entrepreneurship. What are the types of entrepreneurship? And this is actually general. You may say there are different classifications depending on different authors. You read some of them talking about types as forms. But the distinction here should be the forms, legal forms, are really the formal approach in terms of the legal requirements. But types here, we talk of types in terms of what do they do in the economy? What do they do in the economy? We see here, as you see in your notes which you are provided, you see that different authors classify them differently. And here we have just a general approach to this typology. We have entrepreneurs classified generally as the potential nascent entrepreneurs. We have the novice, the startups. We have the serial entrepreneurs launched many enterprises in a sequential pattern. That means they start a small business, they start one and they start another one, be it in service. They may start a retail shop, then within the retail shop, they are also having a butcher next to it, or they're having a tea room or a hotel or whatever. They can start all that. Or running, for example, you see some having transport. Besides transport, they also engage in farming, and so on, or manufacturing. So you can talk of, they start a number of multiple businesses. The lifestyle entrepreneurs also, these are personal interests, leisure, and enjoyment. Somebody says, well, I enjoy serving, set up a small business just to serve people. And that's what they do in terms of a lifestyle. A person who does sets up a business, not necessarily to grow it. Basically, it's a lifestyle entrepreneur. For leisure, for enjoyment. Growth-oriented entrepreneurs aim to grow enterprises. And then entrepreneurial managers, those are entrepreneurial managers. These are basically who we can also term them as entrepreneurs. They are working in organizations, but they apply entrepreneurial knowledge and skills. You have athletes. Where would you put athletes? Those who are running for money, and you see today in some of the parts of this country, you find that athletes have the big monies. They are actually putting up structures and so on and so forth. When they run and get $10,000, it's very interesting. They run for business, for entrepreneur. Artists or singers and so on, those who play music, they are also entrepreneurs in different ways. So general classification. Then we can also classify them according to businesses. Vacation park, somebody mentioned about that, stagnation. Well, I'll be reading as I go along, but let's look at this. Comment as we go along. According to the business, we can also classify them according to the nature of the business they do. Business entrepreneur, the trading entrepreneur, social entrepreneur, industry entrepreneur. We have corporate entrepreneurs. We also have agricultural entrepreneurs. These are all sort of classification, general classification. These are called the business they do. And another classification here is according to motivation. You can also have pure entrepreneurs. You have also induced entrepreneurs. Pure really here is neither here or there, but you see, you talk about people who actually would say they have a knack, or they have an interest, or they have a need in running something, doing something. Even among yourselves, you saw that among your own colleagues, there are people who are really go out there doing something for making, earning an extra shilling or earning a shilling and so on. And there are those ones who are induced to go into entrepreneurship because of what? Because their motivation is not there, but there's something that pushes them into entrepreneurship. We talk about, when you come in the readings, you come out the push factors and the pull factors of entrepreneurship. So you find that people are induced to be entrepreneurial. Maybe they have not got an income in terms of the laid off, and so they actually get into entrepreneurship because of that. They have been laid off, so they must do something. Recently, in fact, in one of the papers or over the television, there was this feature about what is happening with the taxi drivers and the owners of vehicles, and people have been laid off. They are now selling fruits, by the way. You can see that the people who are engaged in either taxi business or they are employed, and now they have had to, because of this COVID-19, either they have been laid off or given leave, compulsory leave, or asked to stay home. So what do? They have engaged themselves into some activity that generates income for them. It was actually there when you read some of the papers, I think, but this was on the television. I saw this. There are people who have set up their cars. They are using the car boot as a small kiosk, selling fruits. And you see this across even your own region where you are. You can see that people have engaged in something else to generate income for themselves. So they have been induced to get into this, by motivation. Use of technology here. If you classify them according to technology, you have those who are craft, technical technicians who are setting up their own shops. They are maybe carpentry shop, for example. A person has got interest, studied carpentry, and they set up a carpentry shop, making furniture and things like those. These are technical, or an electrical guy done electrical installations or electricity or engineering. They start up a small enterprise based on their skills and knowledge they've gained. So technology, basically, the technological ones, also non-technological type of enterprises. Stages of development. zero in a little bit on a generation, first generation, second generation. That when an individual sets up an enterprise and runs it as a family business, and when the business grow, what will happen is about the classical entrepreneurs and so on. So when we talk about generations, stages of development, yes. Are we back now? Can we get Mike Jr.? Yes, are we together? Yes. Right. I was cut off. Right. Thank you. Now, so we are talking about still types. And I said there are many types of entrepreneurs. You can classify them into many ways. Motivation, we said, use of technology, stages of development. And I was talking about first generation, especially Kenyans. Individual Kenyans, you don't get a lot of successful second generation. But the Asian community is slightly different. I want to say this because many times the Asian community, come back to the sharing of this. Yeah, right. You see, realize that Asian community, many times you find that the father, the grandfather, and even the children are running the same type of business. When the patriarch is gone or the matriarch is gone, the children continue the business. What about the Kenyans? Do we have business who can say it has gone to second generation? You know, they have taken. There are few, but not many. But they are there. We see them. And I would want to ask you to look at family business in Kenya, family enterprises. Do we have the first, second generation, successful second generation businesses? What are they? Maybe you can pause there for a minute when you talk of generation and type of enterprise. You know any business that the children have carried on from the parents and are doing successfully? That's the second generation. Can you think of any in Kenya? Yeah. If you have an answer, please type it there. But I will give you an example. Vimal Shah. You know, Vimal Shah is the second generation. What about others? Can we see others that are running business that their fathers or parents were running? Brookside Company. Yes, Brookside Company is a company that's still within the almost, yes, you can say the patriarch, and now the children are running second generation. Yes. Yeah. Yes, do you want to say something about Talaki Tau? You know, there might be an example. You know, Winnie's. Somebody has talked about Winnie's and so on. Yes, some of them we may not be aware of them, but they're Winnie's Pure Health. If it is Tuskys, Naivas, yes, those are now examples we can see, because like Tuskys, the owner, who actually, as we know, was the first generation, passed it on to the children, the second generation. So we can talk about generational enterprise and so on. Can think about it. Then the classical entrepreneurs is really starting businesses because they're from the stages beginning, they're actually entrepreneurs right from the beginning in their lives and so on. Level of innovation can be another way of looking at entrepreneurs classification. This is innovating entrepreneurs, initiative entrepreneurs, Fabian, Drone. All these we have given notes on these entrepreneurs as you will go along, as we go along. I want to go to the next slide a little bit. Next slide. What's happening here? Webcam. Sharing the webcam. Yes, okay. Right. As we go along here, we can also look at challenging this a little bit. Yep. The next one is capital owned. Entrepreneurs can be private entrepreneurs, public entrepreneurs, joint entrepreneurs, joint entrepreneurs. These are capital owned. These are all, I can say, many types of entrepreneurs, and different authors classify them in many ways. What is key here is, what is the basis of classification? We can classify them into many other ways. But the key thing is, what's the basis? If it is gender, then you can look at women entrepreneurs. Women entrepreneurs is a big thing now, gender in terms of women entrepreneurs. We saw earlier that really entrepreneurs have now openings. They have an opportunity because nobody can stop them from running. If they are entrepreneurial, they can start and run their businesses. And there are quite a number in this country that are doing very well, including, of course, one of the entrepreneurs, although she does not want to consider herself as a woman entrepreneur, but she's key, really, doing very, very well, is Esther, of Give Me My Mountain, Samji Group of companies. She's really doing very well in terms of running the enterprise of Samji Group of companies. And there are many others you can name, actually, that are doing very well in terms of that. Youth entrepreneurs. You can also have youth entrepreneurs that are doing very well. And I want to challenge you that you see, as a youth, you can start something and run with it, with the opportunities available, government funding, and also training you are getting, and it's also available. You can be able to do very well in youth entrepreneurship. But the government spend a lot of resources in this. If I may pause here for a minute and say how the government support the youth entrepreneurship is that women and the people with disabilities is that they have put government presidential directive that all tenders given out there, tenders to either supply goods or manufacture to the county governments and national government, 30% of the tenders go to the youth, women, and people with disabilities. Very good opportunity there. That if you start your own business, you register, as we'll be seeing later, then you can be able to have opportunity to run a business. So you can classify them also under gender or age, senior citizens, although there are not many senior citizens. Senior citizens are terminology used in the Western world, people above 60 who have retired as senior citizens, and some of them start enterprises. Although at that age now, well, a few may be successful, but the rest may not because, well, unless it's lifestyle where you set up a small business just to keep you busy. We've seen this also in rural areas or even in urban areas where a retired officer, what they do is they set up a small shop where they just run small things. They sell a few things to keep themselves busy. A good example I have is a friend of mine who is retired from as a veterinary officer for many years, hitting 55, he retired, and he's in Kitale. After retiring, what he did was, he said, what do I go do at home? I set up a small vet shop, a small agrovet. So he runs a small agrovet in Kitale. And many others you can talk about your experience and so on. So what does he do? He has a small shop, small kiosk, really. You can talk of 5 meters by 5 meters. Just hired a place where he sells a few agrovet items for farm inputs, not too many. He said he doesn't want to do too much because he's retired and he wants to keep himself busy, and that's what he does. There are others. Another friend of mine running a small clinic. He worked for the government for many years as a clinical officer and rose to senior clinical officer and chief clinical officer. And then after he retired, what did he do? He said, I'll go and do what I do. I love most. He set up a small clinic. He's somewhere in a small town called Soy, before Gitale. Set up a small clinic. He goes there, he opens at 9, he closes at 4:30. And on Saturdays from 9 to 11 to 1. And he says, I keep myself busy because these are my skills. So he's an entrepreneur, you may say a senior citizen. So there are quite a number of those in this country. Some have retired to farming, some have retired to doing many things. So you talk about senior citizens as another within the gender and age. Having talked about these classifications, I want to pause for a minute and ask a question. Do you know of any of enterprises, any other classification of enterprises, any other? Suggest any other form or type, form of classification of entrepreneurs. As you notice, these are just various suggestions in terms of various forms. And I said, people have suggested can you suggest, just a question, can you suggest any other form? I'll give examples. Can you suggest any other form of classification of types of entrepreneurs? Types of entrepreneurs. Classification of types of entrepreneurs. Having known what they do, can we classify this? Yeah. Can you suggest any other form of classification of types of entrepreneurs? We've given you examples here from gender. We can do that from gender perspective. We can do that from the next one here coming in here is actually, we can also classify them as target areas. You know, they're either urban entrepreneurs, rural entrepreneurs, immigrant entrepreneurs, ethnic entrepreneurs, indigenous entrepreneurs. And when we talk of urban, rural, this is a very clear distinction we can see straight away, because there are those in the rural area, way out there where communication is a bit difficult, roads are not the best, and so on. And he's running a small shop or a tea shop or a small factory up out in the rural area. And think about the fellow in the urban area, the fellow who has a shop nearby. He runs it very well, runs the shop very well. And like the gentleman we saw in the valley, one of the pictures, So you can talk about these classifications, rural, urban. The urban, of course, has more technology. They use technology, even technology, transportation. They have all those resources nearby. They have infrastructure. The rural person maybe relies on supplies coming on once in a while because of the communication, so on. You can classify that. Yeah, I can see here classification, indigenous entrepreneurs, Brian, there's types of entrepreneurs. I see in the Brian, indigenous entrepreneurs, Angela, based on size, yes, small and large. See that in number 10, actually, the micro, the small, large, motivation, the capital owning. Yeah, we can all suggest ways and types of this. As I said, we have quite a number of ways of mass entrepreneurship. Yes, Royal Media, gone into that, whereby you flood the market based on characteristics, innovative, initiative. Yeah, all these are ways of classifying entrepreneurs. Classification according to what they produce, agricultural entrepreneurs, very good. Interesting. Fishing, as you saw, farming entrepreneurs, and so on, agri-farmers, agri-entrepreneurs, you can say that. Quite a number of them. So it's inexhaustive based on the human activities. So in brief, we're saying the types of entrepreneurship, or entrepreneurs for that matter, is inexhaustible. You can look at what the human activities are doing, whether they're fishing entrepreneurs, whether they're ecotourism, the guys are running their own small ecotourism entrepreneurs, whatever they are doing, the artists, the musicians, you can classify them under different, even musicians, you can classify them under different. There are those dealing with the classics in music, there are those ones dealing with the hip hop, all these are types of entrepreneurs coming up with ways, innovative ways of entertainment and so on. They are all under entertainment, but you can do that. Retail entrepreneurs and manufacturing entrepreneurs, of course, industrial, technical, you can name all of them. There are many types of entrepreneurs. The thing here is to understand that the basis of classification, you can place entrepreneurs in any of the classes based on the activities they are engaged in. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I see a number of you are thinking now, which is very good. And see, you can give us behaviors like solo partners and so on. Yeah, we'll be coming to that shortly, really. The hustlers, as somebody says, hustler entrepreneurs. Maybe you want to say hustlers are which ones? There are many hustlers, the all areas, of course. The social entrepreneurs are there. Well, yes, types of entrepreneurs. You can say they are business not to make money, but to assist others. Social entrepreneurs, we talk about them at some stage. The social entrepreneurs and many others. There are many classifications, ladies and gentlemen, that we can see. But I'm happy that a number of you are responding by typing some of the responses, which is very, very good, and so on. So, enough for these types of entrepreneurship. Jacqueline Amoke, hello, how are you? Yes. Can you give us something? Hello type? Buyers and innovators, yeah. There are creators also, wholesalers, retailers. You can have those retailing. Their occupation just retail. There are those ones who are just wholesaling. Quite a number of them. There are agencies. Somebody has not mentioned about agencies. These fellows who are go between. They will tell you, I'll supply you these goods. They link up the manufacturer, they link up you, and you pay, and they don't even touch the goods. They supply you the goods. You realize that you pay, the goods come to you. Just like the people who are importing vehicles, for example. Agencies, they bought cars from Japan, you pay, and they come, the vehicle comes, and they deliver to you, and many others. What about investors in Silicon Valley? Who are they? Are they startups? Yes, some of them are startups. Those are entrepreneurs in terms of innovative entrepreneurs. The innovative, they are technology best. because they're trying to come up with, for example, software and coming up with the new applications and so on. These are, you may call them under technology because they're using their knowledge in terms of the electronics to come up with these. Corporate entrepreneurs, yes, to that level, corporate entrepreneurs, we can also classify them under corporate and non-corporate and so on. All these what about all these, I say you can classify them under different as long as you come up with basic classification mode that this is what it is. Jaila unauliza swali ngumu, eh? Who is Jaila here? Jaila anauliza swali ngumu. Jaika, what about those investors? Swali ngumu? Swali linaweza, hakuna kigumu hapa. Hivyo may go to Swahili a little bit. Some of you have read Swahili. There's nothing. Wajasili wa mali is, entrepreneurs are called jasili wa jasili amali or mujasili amali. Entrepreneurship is ujasili amali. Now, and entrepreneurs are called wajasili amali. So they come up in different sizes. They're spontaneous. When there's a problem, they see the gap, they provide the goods. Like when it rains in some places, you can see umbrella just popping up. People selling umbrellas. Where do they get them from? They realize that people need umbrellas. Their hair is more important to the ladies, and they will run for umbrellas. They will buy from a shop nearby, a wholesale market, and they come and sell them. They are spontaneous. They are not involved with selling entrepreneurs, but they'll be there, which is very interesting. There are also sports entrepreneurs. Yes, that's a big business now. Sports. If you go into sports, definitely there's big money there, and there are people there who are entrepreneurs there and entrepreneurs. When you get to captains, when you get to those fellows running those football teams and so on, they make money, and the footballers themselves also make money. Hey, as a football, they make a lot of money. Eh? Yeah, look at Wanyama and others. You know, kicking that skin. You know, as people say, make a lot of money. So sports entrepreneurs are there. The runners. You know, when you get people like Tergad and the the Enios guy, you know, Kipchoge, he make a lot of money and so on, running. And then you get agripreneurs, yes, many of them who are involved in agriculture and so on and so forth. Juakali, welders, these are technical. As you remember, we talked about technology. They are actually doing their job and they're earning a living. And they realize they have skills and knowledge, they have resources. You yourself is a resource. And if you can turn yourself into doing something, if I may tell you another one today, that some of the people are involved in online jobs. Online jobs. I know people, including one of my sons, he's involved in online jobs. He searches, he's registered, the jobs are there, he's paid for every job, depending on what the size, he gets his money. You know, he gets between 5,000, 10,000, depending on the nature of the job. And online jobs are very many. I want to encourage you. Think about this. These are also entrepreneurs, not employees. They have set up, they have a good computer, good memory, and they have bundles. They have registered to get into a lot of, they can use a lot of space in terms of time to work on the space in terms of their computers to do a lot of work. So many of them. Enough with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to move on. Thank you very much for your contribution. Those who are typing and contributing. These are very interesting points as we go along. I want now to come to discuss about forms of business entities. Forms of business entities. When we talk of forms, we talk about legal forms of business entities. There are different types of business entities in Kenya, and each has various obligations as per the Companies Act or any other legislation or within that jurisdiction. For example, when you talk of legal forms of business in Uganda, there might be similar to legal forms of business in Kenya. And if you talk of legal business forms in the UK, for example, what are they if you are in the UK and you want to set up a business? What happens? Legal forms of business. What does the law say? Country. So when we talk of legal forms of business, I want us to look at the classification based on that, on legal forms, legal requirements in setting up an enterprise. And as we said here, the legislation will determine what kind of enterprise you are in and the licensing that is there and so on. Like a vet, for example, if somebody had to set up a vet shop, there are certain requirements that he will need to do. But let's come to talk about legal forms. In every country or every jurisdiction, there are requirements in terms of the enterprise sector or the business sector, as they say. And there are laws that have to be followed in terms of running a business in that country. And there are various classifications classifications of businesses. There are different types of business that you can run, but they fall under different legislations. In Kenya, we have several ones which we want to consider. But before we do that, the question that one may ask is, what is the basis? How do you talk about which form you want to either register or be start and so on? And here, the form of business entity one choose depends on the various factors. There are a number of factors that you need to look at. One of them is ease of formation and maintenance. Can you, as you walk out of college, or are you still a college student, you are a university student and a graduate, how do you begin if you want to start a business? Legal form, in terms of legal. Of course, the illegal, I mean, the forms of business that fall outside the jurisdiction are the informal sector. I mean, you should say that maybe right at the start, that we can classify enterprises in this country into two, the formal sector and the informal sector. The informal sector are those who start up an enterprise and don't require any complicated legal requirements. Like you may only need a license for the day or a permit for the day. Take, for example, the people running kiosks, small kiosks out there, open air markets. What do they require? You only require your goods and the markets available where people are to buy from you. The mama mbogas, the welders out there running their own small welding shops, and any others. They only require a license to run their business at that level. And they pay this to the county government. It used to be county council those days. You hear people talking of Kanjo. They pay that maybe on a daily basis. They may be getting a daily license of 100 shillings, and then they operate their business. This happens basically many times in rural areas where you go to the markets, those markets, people selling their wares in the markets, either farm produce or manufactured goods, or those fellows Mali kwa Mali, or even those selling mitumbas. They don't just run without government's knowledge. The government within the local jurisdiction, like the county government, gives them a license, a daily license. They either pay on a daily basis, they get a receipt for that. Normally, they use the M-Pesa and the pay bill, or they pay on a monthly basis. So those, you may say, are informal. They run their own enterprises without any much complications or formal basis. Now, the formal types of businesses are the ones we talk of now, the legal forms. And so when we come to what determines what legal form you want to, you look at number one, ease of formation and maintenance. Nature of the business activity again. If it is seasonal or is continuous, the nature. If it's manufacturing or it involves other activities, transportation, for example, and so on, it comes now to, it has its own requirements. Tax, it has also tax implications. What are the tax implications? One legal form or another. Sole proprietorship, as we saw, or as we'll see, sole proprietorships, and when you come to partnerships and you come to private companies, tax implication, amount of capital required. How much money do you need to run your business? This also determine what form of business you want to legalize, to register, or separation of ownership and management. Yes, many times people set up a business and there should be separation between you and your business. There are reasons for that, as we'll see later on. And then level of control. How do you control? What level of control do you want to have? A sole proprietor, for example, has more control than a company. Set up a company with shareholders, you have to consult other directors. Limited liability company protection. Yes, this touches on, limited liability protection here is really more or less, should things go away that you be sued by other people and they attach your property. Unfortunately, if they do that, what happens? What protection do you have? And this protection comes out of the word limited. I'm sure you have seen limited companies with limited word at the end of the name of the companies with the word limited. Barclays Bank Limited or X and Y Limited. This actually shows that it's a registered company and it's a business that is people doing business with that organization need to know there's a limited liability. And then the continuity of existence, perpetual succession. So these are some of the factors that will be able to determine what sort of form of business you want to get. Let's get now to the forms of business here. And as we look at the forms of business here, generally in this country, there can be up to 8 forms of business, legal forms of business that can be started. There's public limited company, there's private limited company, there's general partnerships, there are sole proprietorships, foreign companies coming working in Kenya, setting their peak in Kenya. There are societies, corporate societies, we have corporate societies and trusts, and then the government and governmental organizations, NGOs. So these are entities, you may say, different forms of entities. Required, they have various legislations that guide their registration and their operations within the country, within Kenya. Every country, as we said, may have different entities from these ones. But this is where we have in Kenya that is common. Let's move looking at each one of them separately. And before we do that, I want us to just to look at this in a pictorial form. That when we talk of forms of business, we can look at them from the sole proprietorship at the top there. You can see sole proprietorships. We know who they are. We'll be discussing them shortly. It's a quick way of looking at them. Then we have the general partnerships. Again, general partnerships. You look at partnerships. We have limited partnerships. There's a reason why they are called limited partnerships. They are public limited companies. This is setting up a company. There are foreign companies registered in Kenya. They are registered, of course, in their own countries, but they set up a branch in Kenya, but they must register here. And some of the banks are foreign banks, except, of course, they are required to have some local shareholding and so on, some of them. And then the non-governmental organization, you know about NGOs. And the NGOs would fall here, international non-governmental organization. And then there are corporate societies that you hear about, and trustees, some of those companies, more or less owned on trust and so on. Then private limited liability companies, those ones that you can start, and we'll see the features of each of these. As we go along here, let's look at this next one, each one by one. We start with public limited liability companies. What are they? These are public limited liability companies. Is PLC, you heard about that, you hear about that, talk about PLC in short. It's a company which has minimum of 7 members and no maximum shareholders. These members are actually shareholders and no maximum, and can be offer shares to the public. Offer features, other features of the public limited company include shares have limited liability, share ownership is freely transferable. Now, this, I'm sure you've come across this. Some of you may have done this in earlier courses, but when you look at these are companies that we hear today. Kenya Breweries, KBL, or like Kenya Breweries is one of them. Other examples include companies like Safaricom. Safaricom is a company, shares are sold on the market and the stock exchange. You have many other companies that we have in this country. Can we give examples of some of the companies? Maybe can we give you examples? Provide about examples. What are the examples we have of limited companies? What other examples of public companies? Can you think about? Yeah. What are they? What are some of those companies that you have in mind? I've given Safaricom as one of those. I've given Kenya Breweries as one of the companies. What others? What other companies do you have here? KICC, for example, Kenya Cooperative Creameries, the company here. What other examples of public companies do you have? KICC is one of them. Kenya KCC is they call new KCC, new cooperative companies. Kenya Copper Solar is the company. Is it a private or public? We look at public companies. They have shares that are sold on the stock exchange. KPLC, yes. Kenya Power and Lighting Company, yes, that's a good one. East African Breweries, that, yes, East African Breweries, KPLC. You see quite a number of them. BAT, one of them. KCB, Kengen. Kengen is a parasol, more or less. Yeah, Kenya Airways, yes. Kenya Airways is a company, a good company, on the shares. Bamburi Cement companies is Bamburi on the stock exchange. Public companies are basically those whose shares are transferable. Not that. Are they on the stock exchange or capital markets? Can you buy shares? Can anybody buy shares from them? If they do, yes, Bamburi and others. So as you look at those companies, there are quite a number of them. There are many features which you don't need to go into details, but you can read the notes we provided to you, and also other sources. Public companies, 7 people, and maximum has no maximum. Let me assure you and others. Private companies, for that matter, we look at private companies. Private companies are those ones now owned by at least 2 people, and restricts the transfer of shares. Of course, it has up to 50 members. You can't go beyond 50 on Kenyan laws. Total Kenya is a foreign company, of course, on Kenya. CIC is Kenyan company, yes. Yeah, so this is a private company, 2 members, you need 2 shareholders, and a maximum of 50. And they enjoy private limited company. Yes, Hassan Odiabo, you have something to say? Pause for a minute. Hassan, yes? Hassan? You are not talking about. Yes. So the shareholders. Then the shareholders have limited liability, perpetual succession, even public companies have perpetual succession, can allot shares without issuing prospectus. Yes. The public one, you have to give a prospectus inviting people to buy shares. And then restriction in regards to remuneration do not apply to private company. Yeah, the remuneration, how much you pay your directors and so on. Private company is not required to hold strategic meeting. Yeah, although here lies the devil, really here in the details, because private limited companies is more or less like a private business, and unfortunately, you find that the directors can run away with it. Remember, in the history of this country, Kenya, during immediately after independence, land buying companies were set up. These were private companies. 2 people, 3 or more, less than 50, come together, register a company, and then borrow money from KFC or whatever, or AFC or whatever, and get money also from the members, and buy land and subdivide to the members based on the shares. But some of them are very corrupt. They really use people's money different. I have bad experience with some of those companies. And what I'm saying is they're private limited companies. So there's a loophole there, because you can see through the directors, but it's not, you cannot recover your money very easily. There are companies, these are private, you can see they don't require to hold statutory meetings. But public limited liability, yes. The structure is you have to publish your accounts, and there must be AGM, and members should get their say. But private companies, members, generally, many of them, if your say, your voice might be drowned up by the people who are really running the company. It's actually owned by the directors, you may say. And the directors have a bigger say, they're not shareholders. It's a big experience I've seen. Of course, there are successful cases of private companies that are doing very well and so on. Yeah, but it's good to distinguish the private one. It has its slightly different features than the public type of companies. These are some of the things you can do as if you have money, you want to invest, or an entrepreneur thinks, instead of me running my own business, let me invest and sit and get my money work for me. That's what they would do. They would buy shares, invest in shares, or start their own company and invite others. This is more freedom because you are the ones running it. If you are the proponent, you can get people, they should have a bigger say, but many times the directors are the owners of bigger shares and so forth. So more shares than others. You can read more about this in the notes we provided. Sole proprietorship, we should have actually started with this one, but nevertheless, sole proprietorship is the first level or the first line. First line in terms of anybody who wants to start a business, you can register a sole proprietorship because you register the business name. It becomes legal, whereby the name protects your business. Anybody doing business with you knows that it's a business name, not yourself, not Mangi and Onyango starting their own small business, but they can start and say Mangi alone or Nyango alone or Kipsanai alone or Zainab alone can start their own small business. You register as a sole proprietorship, and when you register as a sole proprietorship, you run this as an enterprise that is yours. You have enjoy everything, all profits come in, losses come in. You can close it, simply can close it and change business from selling, running a small tea room to wholesale. You can do all those kind of things that you can do as a sole proprietor. Also family business. You find that a person starts a business, but it involves their family members, and don't register those members, just the name of the business.
Hello. We can't get you.
What's up? What's up?
Professor, we can't get you.
Mike.
Yes.
Ayo, sema kupotea.
Oh, ni nani?
Soma jina hapo juu, acha hizo. Hey.
Muse,
What this?
si ufundishe
What
basi.
this? Acha
Fundisha.
nianzie general partnership.
Fundisha basi. Huyu prof ameenda, ni kama ameenda lunch.
This is an acha niwafunze.
Wewe wafunze
This is
waandike,
an
waache
entity. Kuna mtu anaandika kweli? Kuna mtu anaandika?
Si uangalie.
Nikusomee uandike.
Mimi msomee bana, mimi nimechoka, nataka kumaliza class.
Kwani professor ameenda wapi tena?
Wewe niulize.
Attendance
ishasainiwa?
Ana sign after kumaliza.
Kwani hajamaliza?
Bado.
Ameenda wapi?
Ameenda choo.
Jinga.
Somnia.
Anamaliza saa ngapi?
Si 11.
At 11, kwani kuna bado mpaka za 11?
Hii topic imekuwa long leo.
Si class ni 3 hours.
Mandala
amerudi.
Amerudi?
Tunamuona.
Right. So the partnership of there are 3 of us. We are running one of the first trade schools in Nairobi, actually 1982, and one of us was transferred. So when he was transferred, he actually decided to come out. We had each one of us had 5 classes. We had shared this, but this guy pulled out of these, and that was one of the good-paying classes. So it brought a partnership to a standstill, almost really collapsing. So general partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, can you switch off your mics, please? You can mute your mics, it will be very good. Hello, I'm hearing some of you. Can you mute your mics? Right, thank you. So general partnerships have their own issues and so on and so forth. I would say we had a nice experience. We had to break up the partnership and start a new partnership. Right. Then the next one here is
Na umesikia jogo ikibweka.
Storm ya mute.
Moda ameenda.
Storm, wepo mute hiyo mic yako.
Kwa nini mbona mmewasha yenyu?
Sisi hatuna ngoma.
Haya.
Hebu unasikiza news ukisoma ya.
Si ndio mimi naangalia kete news hapa, naongoja corona tu ishe.
Ishe na ndio inafika Ruiru ya hapo ya.
Mimi siko Ruiru.
Ushago.
Buda niko ushago mbaya sana.
Sana mama yako.
Hata sasa inachunga ng'ombe.
Ukisoma.
Chunga ng'ombe ni kusema pole. Niulize. Ezra,
Bruce ameoya.
acha ujinga nikuulize. Ezra. Ezra. Ezra.
Ezra ameenda bwana.
Hata bado zimemuishia.
Ezra ameenda.
Nikuulize.
Ameenda. Yeah.
Hii corona itakisha sasa tutarudi class.
Ndio sijui, si ulize prof.
Si ndio hapo muulize. Ameenda wapi kwani?
Sijui amepotea wapi, mic yake haifanyi.
Ilikuwa inafanya ni mtu alimuita huko kuona.
Ameitwa.
Huko na kiangalia kando.
Breakfast was ready. Ameenda kunywa breakfast.
Hello.
Ameenda.
Hello.
Hello.
Are we together? Are we together?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, I had a technical problem with my gadget.
Oh, sorry.
And, sorry for that. Sorry for that little interrupted break. I could hear some of you talking about Corona getting finished or not in Ruiru and Nairobi and everywhere. Maybe as a way of advice is that let's here and there to the Ministry of Health requirements of distance, of washing our hands, of making sure that we wear masks if we have to walk out there, and minimizing use of cash as much as possible. So, ladies and gentlemen, back again to entrepreneurship. Sorry for that introduction. It was not planned for, but I'm sorry for that. Now, guys, we are talking about partnerships. We also have limited liability partnerships, as we say here. And we had general partnerships earlier, which is basically you are exposed. That's like a sole proprietorship that's advanced. Very few formalities, and you continue to just run your business with your partners, and anybody can pull out any time, and that disrupts what you do. And if the company should be sued, if the partnership can be sued by somebody else, by your either shareholder, either one of the shareholders or one of the suppliers or any other person out there, then you are all exposed in that your property, including personal property, even your own house at home and even your own personal property can be sold because you are exposed. Limited liability means really whatever is invested in the business is really what anybody can claim should there be a problem of not payments or in the case of any litigation coming in. So you are exposed. But with the limited liability company partnerships, these are registered under specific act. You can see here, Limited Liability Partnership Act 2011, Cap 2011. And this one really is abbreviated as LLPs, unique forms of business association that combine elements of a company with those of a partnership. The main features for LLP include is a separate legal entity from its members. Limited liability means the separation between you as members or owners of business and the business itself. As we all talk about enterprises, entrepreneurs, many of them don't separate themselves from what they're doing, but it's really important that they legalize the business so that there's separation between themselves and their business. It's easy. It requires. It's a step just ahead of the limited liability general partnership. In that here you have introduced what we call a limited clause, which is registered, and people doing business with you know that it's a partnership that's registered. It's like a company. It's really a company in a way, but because it's a partnership that has limited number of members, up to 50 only, unlike the public companies and so on. They have the benefit of limited liability for their members, which is a cover really. Many of partnership would go for this direction. But again, when you compare the limited liability partnership, if you compare that with a private company, they are more or less closely related. Because somebody may say, what's the difference between a limited liability partnership and a private limited liability company? Really, the difference here is that the limited liability partnership limits people up to 20 only, because Partnership Act allows up to 20 members. Whereas the private limited liability company goes up to 50 members. And there are also other nitty-gritty things that bring a difference here. because a partnership is more or less partners have a bigger say than any others, than employees or others. With a private limited liability company, yes, directors are there, directors who are owners also. They almost have also responsibilities and also the power to run the company and so on. But a company is much more attractive to other people if they are going to invest with you. If you say we are a private limited liability company, going looking for partners or looking for financial or investors, they would more look at you, more they can invest there than if it was a limited liability partnership, because partnership still owners have a big feature, a big role in it, in the running of it, as we'll see in the detailed notes. Now, I want to move to the foreign company. Foreign companies are really those who are registered elsewhere, like KFC, which is registered elsewhere. Carrefour, if some of you have known about these supermarkets, big supermarket from, it's a French company called Carrefour. Total Kenya is also a different company that is a French company, and many others. These are companies that are registered in their parent countries, major shareholders out there, but they are operating in the jurisdiction of Kenya. And of course, there are requirements also for those companies registered in Kenya. It's just like foreign universities, even they come back closer home. In terms of foreign universities operating in Kenya, they are registered in their own countries out there, and they come here and seek license also on registration to work or to operate in Kenya. So these are foreign companies, foreign corporations, it says, companies that are registered in their countries, other jurisdictions, but they want to operate in Kenya. We also do the same thing for our companies, Kenyan companies. For example, Kenya Commercial Bank operates in Uganda. You know, they are registered locally there, Kenya Commercial Bank, Uganda, and also Equity Bank, you see, they're in Rwanda, they're South Sudan. So they are seen as foreign companies in those countries. Otherwise, they are registered in Kenya, and they enjoy the benefit of companies running as a company in those countries. So these are foreign companies. Then we come to the next lot here, which is really, let's go to the next one. I talked about cooperatives, cooperative societies. Cooperative societies, the next one is, I'll stop sharing this. Let's see, cooperative societies, as we realize, they are basically co-ops. You have, I'm sure, across this country, you have co-ops, they started cooperative societies. They were set up to run, to either produce for goods, for example, the Coffee Cooperative Society, for example, the Kenya Cooperative Creameries, it's a cooperative, big cooperative, and many others, the Harambe Cooperative Limited, and many others. There are some of them are SACCOs, they are savings and credit cooperatives, and they are registered under the Cooperative Act. They are also within the jurisdiction of Kenya. There are various regulations of how to do it. In fact, the Act talks about 10 adults, 10 Kenyans, 10 individuals who are age of majority can form a cooperative, at least 10. I think 10 of them, you can register a cooperative society, a cooperative, either land buying cooperative or supplying goods or exporting. It's also a form of cooperative you set up. There are also the SACCOs that we know, those are basically for savings and credit, many others. It's a form of it's a club, a company, partnership, or any other association of 10 or more people. You see here, whatever its nature of business to establish in Kenya or having its headquarters or chief places in Kenya. So there are also regulations and the COP Act that register this. A trust is an entity which is legally formed to act as an agent or trustee on behalf of individuals or business for purpose of management of assets, which are later transferred to the beneficiary of the party. You know, there's also trusts. They can also be registered under the trust, in the legal form trusts. So we talk about legal entities, legal business, legal forms of business in Kenya, and they're all regulated under different legislations in this country. If you go and search the Kenya government, various forms of business entities, you can see quite a number of them that you can register, and they fulfill certain requirements before they begin operating in the country. There are different features and they have different approaching you. Non-government organizations is another feature of enterprises we can see. Non-government organizations, NGO, is any non-profit voluntary citizens group which is organized on a local, national, or international basis, an NGO, non-government organization. A good example here is the Red Cross. Where would you place the Red Cross, for example? It's an NGO because it's humanitarian, not profit-making, but humanitarian. And their motto is, we'll be there where the disaster, they will be there. the Red Cross and Red Crescent, they are similar also. We talk about this, that these are actually the non-government organizations that are operating, but a number of them. Maybe we can challenge ourselves. Is there any other NGO that you know? Give us an example of a national NGO. Give one example of a national NGO that you know of. There are also local ones, of course. But can you give us one? Give us an example of one NGO, local national NGO. Which one comes to mind? Yeah. The Red Cross, one of them. I can see Diongo give us Red Cross. AMREF, good. AMREF is one of them. Yeah. AMREF is an NGO dealing with medicine and so on. I mean, medical field, health field. Many others, St. John's Ambulance. Yeah. It's another one, St. John's Ambulance. It's an NGO registered in the country here. It's a national. We talk of St. John's. Any others? Non-government organization? Yeah. Any others you can name? I guess we go along here. Yes. UNIDO. UNIDO is not really, UNIDO is not a local. I would say international, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, unless there's another one by that name. But that one is an international body, UN under the UN body, and so on. Akidiva, yes. World Vision, yes. Somebody mentioned about World Vision. Yeah, World Vision is an international NGO, by the way. INGO, INGO, not INGO. Yes, we say INGO, home. No, it's more or less international. It's an international NGO that works across, especially the developing world. You can World Vision Kenya, World Vision Africa, and World Vision International. Quite a number of those NGOs. These are also, they have their own. UNEP is an international one of faith. UNEP is United Nations. You know, when you get UN, it's a United Nations agency. KEMRI is yes, it's not an NGO. KEMRI is a parastatal. I should have talked about parastatals also. That they are government, quasi-government kind of NGO organizations funded by the government and other donors for specific type of sector. If it's health, the KEMRI deals with health and many others. Yes, Touch. I've not come across Touch, but if Thiongo, maybe you know more about Touch. What do they do? But if it's a registered NGO, non-government, as we see here, you know, not-for-profit, voluntary citizens organization, deals with the mobilizing resources and dealing with those resources in terms of distribution of those resources. Obviously, I can see some of them. Obviously, Akidiva. Akidiva is international, I think. Some of them have gone international, by the way. So as we talk about this, sometimes you can talk about international NGOs and so on and so forth. And then I want to go on the next one here is now question and answers, and any other discussion we can hold in terms of what we have gone through. And we have gone through this before I give you the menu for what is expected in terms of the readings. I just wanted to ask you about so far, any comments or questions? Any comments or questions on the topics we've covered today? As you remember, we started with the types and the topics, the subtopics covered, subtopics for today. The comments, I want to hear from some of you who have not stated anything yet. Any comments any comments or questions on the subtopics covered today? You remember we talked about types and forms of enterprises. Types we distinguished. This is what they do, what entrepreneurs do. We talked about roles and functions of entrepreneurship, as we said at the beginning. And I want just comments, not necessarily questions, any comments or questions, any contributions. And I would want to hear some of you. Question kindly, if one is to establish a private company, is it a must one should consider gender equality? Back again to this. This is a question asked earlier. And we said, yes, it would be nice because somebody can sue you in Kenya using the constitution. They can use the constitution to ask you to say, look, this one does not meet the requirement. But you can also talk about a private company is more or less a private enterprise. So if you want to join us, yes, but we can have the right to refuse you to enter. You cannot force yourself onto us because it's a private company. If it's a public company, yes, shares are, of course, freely traded. So a public company has no problem because you can buy. It depends on the capacity to people to buy shares in the stock exchange. But a private company is really restricted. You are bringing people of like mind. You want to set up your own business and you want to run it with the people of like mind. So somebody can have the right to sue you, of course, that you see your company does not meet this section of the Constitution. And in that matter, they may make a way, they may force you legally, but generally it's not a must that you must have the gender role, because the private is a private. It's like your home. The private is like your home. Somebody cannot force themselves into your home and say, look, I must come into your home. You can say no. You see, I have freedom of, the entry is by invitation. So I want to say, which I should have said earlier, is private companies are actually by invitation. You look at people who have like mind in terms of investment and you invite them into your company. It's like inviting somebody in your home. When you have a private party at home and you invite people, somebody cannot get crushed. They can't get crushed and say, I must be part of the people invited. So a private company is more or less is like your home. You invite people. People join by invitation, and you can refuse people from coming. They have the right to sue you. They may not go very far, legislation, because a private company can be argued is like a private home. I'm inviting people like-minded and resources to run this company. But if somebody wants to force themselves to us, no, we may not. So that's what we say. I raised a question, and thanks to those who answered, but it was not why Safaricom changed it to a public company. Somebody, I hadn't seen that. I raised a question, answered, but it was why Safaricom changed to a public company. Well, you can look at Mohammed Zainab. I see that Safaricom is a public company now, and legally the government can enforce, especially in the sectors that are sectors that are seen as being important in the economy. The government can say you need to open the doors, and they do that very easily. Safaricom is one of those. Public came in to buy shares. They had to sell shares. Well, the shareholding there could be other reasons. They want to expand and so on. So if they want to expand their services, they need more money. So they had to go public and so on and so forth. So there are reasons. Governments have a say. That's why we said legal forms. And when it comes to legal forms, the government has, if there are strategic companies, strategic industries, the government can come in and enforce some of those things, as we say. Yes, any others? And also start for answers here. I need to hear some of you. If you have any comments, questions, we can always go there, comments and questions. Yes? Right? If not, I'd want to go and take you through our template for what is expected of us in terms of what is required. And you sign up and say thank you there. I see. I want to yes. So I want to go to the menu about what we needed to be doing in our readings. And just a second here. I want to just a second here. I just want to share with you the menu. Yes, extend session a little bit, just shortly. Okay. I want to bring you this to where we are. Just a second. Log me out. Yeah. That's a technical a little bit here. I'll just do a summary of this so that we are able to see what is expected of us at the end of the day. We've given you notes, we've given you questions to answer, and as we give you that, I'm talking about right. Very quickly, if you can see this, I'm taking you to the nature of entrepreneurship as our topic. The nature of entrepreneurship was our topic, and you remember we went through the quotation at the beginning, the quote for the day. My biggest motivation, just some of you joined us when we had already started, just to keep challenging myself. That's what I want to challenge you. Keep challenging yourself to learn. The nature of entrepreneurship is such that it's keeping to challenge yourself to move to the next level. Many of you are students. Some of you are a fourth year, first semester. Some of you are a different level. As we had indicated earlier, some of you are in the second semester like BS, some of the BS students or BSIT. But I want to tell you this, keep challenging yourself. That's what Richard Branson mentioned. Richard Branson said this. Richard Branson is one of the very successful entrepreneurs globally. He runs Virgin company, a group of companies, an airline, and many other companies he does. And so this was the quotation he made. And he said, I see life after almost after one long university. He sees life as a one long university education, which is true. He never went to university at the start. Maybe he has gotten degrees later on. But the thing is, he saw life as a long university. You are learning at every level. I never had any, every day I'm learning something, as he said. Now, topics for today, our objectives were to analyze role and functions of entrepreneurship, the business, enterprise, and economy, discussing the types of entrepreneurs, which we did. We evaluated also four. So these are legal forms of entrepreneurs. Activity one, we expect you to do reading. Read the role of entrepreneurs. We have provided these notes already. Read the role of entrepreneurs. Read about the economic roles of entrepreneurs also, roles and functions. Read about the functions of entrepreneurs and see the difference. Some of you are asking what's the difference between the two. Okay, so we have asked you to read this, and what you do here is read them and appreciate and see what the question we have asked you to do. Also, activity two, reading through the types and forms. Study and appreciate different types and legal forms of Kenya. You've been to that, forms of business enterprise in Kenya. And then there's a discussion forum here, which we have asked you to do. You open this and check on what we have asked you to discuss. You're going to the picture, we have given you the picture, and look at that picture and identify analyze some of the activities that are going on in that picture. I will say it here, participation is compulsory, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to thank you for being very patient and listening, even when we had a technical hitch a little bit. But thank you very much and wish you God's blessings. May Allah bless you as we go to the next, as you go to your next class. And we expect you, I should also say, we'll have a quiz tomorrow. It will be posted. We have the university, as you may have heard from other courses, that is a quiz tomorrow, Friday, and they do a quiz of 1 hour, so that you are able to respond to a number of things. The quiz will be in two forms. One, you will have section A is multiple choice, very interesting. Some say, we have never done multiple choice, but these are interesting. And then, of course, you have an essay, one essay out of two which will give you, which you answer. Very short. It takes you about an hour to just test yourself in terms of the topics we have covered so far. Read the notes, study them, and I wish you the best in what you are doing. May I say, may God bless you and have a good time. May you keep yourselves warm and keep yourself, it's cold out here now. You keep yourselves safe and secure. The university, Zitec University, your alma mater, wishes you well as you continue to repackage yourself in your learning. Each subject, of course, each course is helping you to shape you, to invent you, to be that individual who is different and who will be able to contribute not only to your community, family, community, and society at large. Otherwise, wish you God's blessings. May God bless you, and may we see you tomorrow then. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
You are currently the only person in this conference.